Hello, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, a show where I learned yesterday. I feel like I learned something walking and talking that seems pretty valuable, which is that it's possible to, with a little bit of willpower, control my mood. The first hour and a half of yesterday's episode, I was so listless, so torpid, tired, didn't feel like moving really, didn't have much to, didn't feel like talking that much, just like so low energy. And at some point I just kind of like decided that I would try to increase my energy level, and it worked, and I became actually happy. Instead of sitting there on a rock rationalizing how it's good to like go through with feeling such a low energy level and listless and kind of crappy, and I did a little I stopped and did some stretching, and I did a headstand, and it just worked. And then I was really high energy for the rest of the episode. So now I'm like, why don't I just do that right off the bat now? Like, already starting at a relatively high energy level, just like on purpose, because it's fun. Look at me! I'm out here in the rain as the sun comes up, and I'm projecting success. Is it gonna, maybe it's a little contrived at times. Maybe it's a little contrived. But, like I said yesterday, you fake it till you make it in terms of your mood, I think. And now I feel like I realize that's like what people are doing all the time. Faking it till they make it. Especially if you're, a very sociable person, or if you have a job where you're interacting with customers or people that you want to please for whatever reason. You want to please these people for financial reasons, then you just fake it till you make it. You act happy and energetic until eventually that starts to feel real. And then you are actually happy and energetic. Is it inauthentic? I don't know. I've really come to think that nothing's authentic, or that authenticity is really just a relative term. I don't know. There's some pretty superficial fucking people out there, I'll tell you that. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they feel genuine when they appear superficial to me. But no, I don't know. But then you realize that they were lying, or that, I don't know. Anyhow, It's raining, but it's warm. I almost feel too warm with this sweater on. Then I'd probably be too cold with it off. And I have, you know, I'm holding you in my left hand and this umbrella in my right hand, so I can't really wipe my nose unless I like, do a little sleeve action. I'm just doing this and it feels pretty good. Or am I just convincing myself of that because my, you know, what if from an outside perspective my life is shit and I just have to convince myself that my life is great? I'm having fun. I have freedom. I love my job. I love being a YouTuber. The human reward, it makes it worth the minuscule amount of money. The spiritual reward is, it makes up for everything. I think it really does, though. I think it does. Oh, I'm serious. Look at me. I'm a disciplined, responsible adult. I wake up before dawn and get out there and work. I'm a working adult. It's getting hot. I'm starting to warm myself up. Just through pure psychological energy. The energy's flowing through me. Ooh. Do I need to stop and take my sweater off? I'm gonna get sweaty in my sweater. And then I'll be wet with sweat. If I take my sweater off, I'll be more wet with rain. A little bit. I can walk to work. Notice how ecological I am. Is it gonna get tiresome if I just keep saying everything like this? This could never get tiring. You would never tire of me talking like this. Let's get some spittle on my chin. That kind of excitement. Spittle inducing. Thesaurus.com. Synonyms for exuberance. It's getting old. I should have actually looked up synonyms. I should have actually looked them up. I'm scanning the thesaurus of my brain. Exuberance synonyms. Revelry. No, that's like a celebration. That's not too far off. Whiling out, I think, is the most appropriate terminology here. Just get up early and while out all day. There's nothing stopping you. But while out responsibly. While out sustainably. I don't mean get up early in the morning and start drinking. I mean get up early in the morning, meditate, have a cup of tea, maybe go outside, and then just start whiling out. Let me be your role model. Let me inspire you. Let me be your life coach. I am your life coach. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Don't let anybody tell you nothing. Except your life coach, Ben Bennett. I'll teach you how to become a life coach, a successful life coach. And then you'll be successfully teaching other people how to become life coaches. And it'll be this wonderful pyramid, just expanding and expanding until everybody in the world is a life coach. It'll be great. Imagine how wonderful a world would be if everyone were a life coach. I gotta take this sweater off. See, you can, I don't know if it's actually warm out or if I just have warmed myself up. I got tea. I got some warm tea. No caffeine. It's possible to while out without caffeine. Just some spicy herbs. Your eye is all wet now. It'll dry off, I promise. Anyhow, I'm happy to be here delivering you the content that you've come to know and love and expect from walking and talking. Profound insights into the nature of human consciousness. And I practice what I preach. It's a... am I being fake? I'm being fake if I'm thinking, if there's like this other level of thinking that's going on behind what I'm saying, that's looking at what I'm saying and being like, the fuck are you doing? Apologies for the profanity. Parents, I promise you that this is supremely wholesome content for your child to watch. You know, the last video, how it's called How to Get Free Drugs and Pizza. Oh, hey, there's one of those. That's cool. I'm just gonna like hang this thing up on this corner here, just in case somebody who dropped it wants it, or somebody else wants it, or on my way back I decide that I want it. Oh, which way do I go? The woods? Or... no, I'll go the way that I didn't go yesterday. Parents, do not be alarmed. Yesterday's video was entitled How to Get Free Drugs and Pizza, but if you watch the video, you'll understand that it's an enormous bait and switch. It's basically got all the moral wholesomeness of an after-school special, but, you know, tinged and flavored with, you know, all kinds of cool lingo and edgy persona that's gonna draw your kids in. It's gonna draw your kids in and make them understand how cool it is to not do drugs, and how if they don't do drugs, and how they lead a disciplined life. they'll actually find more joy. Because by free drugs, I mean willpower. Willpower to while out. To maneuver yourself into whatever mental state you want to be in. Provided you have a baseline, your baseline physical needs met enough, you wean yourself off your addictions. You stop watching TV. You stop watching TV. You stop watching YouTube, except for your trusty life coach. And then eventually you learn to go out in the world and while out. W-Y-L-E, out. And not on the backs of others. You lift other people up with you. I mean, if you're a kid, you're a little bit on the backs of your parents all the time. Hopefully the parents are chipper enough about that. Parents, don't be mad. You can do this too. Walking and talking. It's a family-oriented show. I'm still hot without the sweater. Well, I don't think I'm going to be taking off another layer unless it's my hat. But if I take off my hat, it's for a reason. It's to throw it on the ground in mock frustration, or to throw it up in the air in exaggerated celebration, or it's to rapidly and forcefully put it back on my head for no apparent reason whatsoever. I think I might be able to ditch the Brella now. Not ditch, but you know what I'm saying. They don't have two hands, I'll have one hand free, and I can gesticulate and wipe my nose whenever I please. All right, now we're cooking with gas. so warm out. Especially for this time of year. And it's still early in the morning. What's going on here? I never walked over here before on a walking and talking episode. Well, look how nice these engineered plastic planks are, and how uniform the wood grained pattern on these engineered plastic planks. A little coming off a little bit there. Hopefully somebody will be sent out to fix that. I'm so subconsciously heart-warmed by these, zany light fixtures on the bridge. How old-fashioned they look, even though I know that they are modernly manufactured in a foreign country. I'm not judging. I'm just observing this suspicious combination of manufactured plastic lumber and zany old-fashioned looking string lights on this bridge, and wondering, what could this be leading to? My designed environment seems to be becoming progressively more contemporary as I continue walking this way. Huh. Huh. Nicely landscaped. What's going on here? There's hardly anyone around. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not critiquing anything. Everything's fine here. Things are landscaped around me the way they ought to be, in a way that I would come to expect in this day and age. I feel a sense of order, a sense of things being well maintained for me. Things are being maintained for me. Huh. Wouldn't that be nice? if more things were just taken care of for me. Huh. Lease now. I get a funny feeling about this place. I think I'm just gonna turn around. And walk the other way. I'll just, you know, enjoy the orderly landscaping as I walk away from the parking garage and from the condos. Hey there. Hey. Welcome. Am I an a-hole? Am I just jealous? Or, ooh, look at this. Look at this pipe. Look at these grapes. This is what I'm really talking about. This is, and that's a nice image. Have I just built up a system of values that seems to confirm the lifestyle that I happen to live in? Well, almost certainly yes. Look at this house. I would live there. That would be nice. I'd love to live in that building. It'd probably get old. Whoa. Some black things going up. Black condos. Along with the rusty industrial stuff. It may be safe to assume that condo development or whatever it is may retain some rustic industrial charm. Hence the wood grain, hence the Edison string lights. It's not too much industrial charm though. Could be a lot more. It's only really a sprinkling, a little sprinkling of urban decay to add a little bit of flavor to make you feel like you're having some kind of authentic experience, like not like you haven't just straight up bought a lifestyle wholesale, but that the place around you actually has some history and culture behind it that remains. Huh. What's going on here? What's going on here? Lofts in a mill building. How about that? Can you believe it? I'm honestly not critiquing anything. You gotta build new stuff sometimes. And what kind of options you got when you build? What kind of design, what kind of aesthetic options do you have when you build something new? You know? It's not like I want people to be building buildings that look like they built in the 80s. It's not like I want every building around me to look like this. Maybe I should come off it. Aren't there much more profound questions to be occupying my mind? Aren't there much more important things to be expending my psychic energy on? My psychic energy is no longer feels like it's being expended on things. It's being regenerated. In fact, making fun of architecture is regenerating my psychic energy. It's rejuvenating me. It's giving me a power up. It boosts my self-confidence when I can expose the pretensions of modern architectural design. Because it means I'm smarter. Than somebody else. When are they gonna like come up with like a CVS that has some rustic charm to it, you know? CVS or all those other drugstores like Rite Aid, Walgreens, Duane Reade, etc. Duane Reade is actually Walgreens. rebranded for New York City. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about. CVS needs to hire me to rebrand them with some of that industrial, urban, rustic charm. It'll totally change their brand image. People will look forward to going to CVS because they can experience the warmth of the exposed wood beams and the Edison light fixtures in there when they're buying their mouthwash and tampons and like candy. We might have to, it'll be a total brand overhaul. We'll redesign the CVS store brand to, like, the packaging will look like it's been rubber stamped. All the letters will look like they're rubber stamps or letter pressed onto the box of Band-Aids. Your cotton swabs will be like cotton in the raw. It'll be brown packaging with a big rubber stamp. Cotton, natural cotton swabs. Q-tips. Maybe we'll even stop bleaching the cotton when we make the Q-tips, so that it has like a little bit of brown color in it, and it'll look more natural. And then you can charge a lot more for it. You stop bleaching it, charge more for it. You're saving money on production and gaining money at the point of sale. I'm telling you, anybody who has an in with CVS, please let them know that their image needs to be overhauled for the modern day, and I'm the guy to do it. But this content shouldn't I have like a smidge more of sincerity and like, shouldn't I drop? Is there cynicism? Is there cynicism present in what I'm talking about here? It seems like it. It seems like I'm being cynical. It's fun to be cynical. But it's also true that when I see somebody who seems to be reliant on cynicism for creating their own identity or expressing their own identity, that I feel like that's a kind of shield that they should drop. Like, let me be a little bit more vulnerable here and stop making fun of stuff. Like, what is my honest relationship with consumer experiences? I can honestly say that if there was like a CVS competitor that had the slightly naturalist, rustic design aesthetic in their stores and in their products, and maybe their products were actually tended to be a little bit more natural and organic or something, I'm not sure if I'd go to CVS or if I'd go to that one. You know, I could choose between the artisanal cotton swabs or the just standard ubiquitous cotton swab that tends to painfully remind me more that it's more mass produced and that I'm not special for purchasing these cotton swabs. I'm not expressing my personal taste with my choice of cotton swabs if I just go to CVS and not this theoretical artisanal drugstore. Boink. That sounds alright. This is looking good though. And it's a triptych. Look at this triptych. TRIPTYCH, or am I wrong? Is it TRYPTICH or is it TRYPTYCH? But now, you know, now we're cooking with gas. Wonder what happened here. Another triptych. A third triptych. A fourth one. Ooh. This one is the most striking, perhaps. Hi. Hi. A diptych. Look at this diptych. This would be the one that I buy because it would be cheaper. Look at this. Look at that detail work. Simply stunning. Wow, look at this detail. It's gorgeous. Hi. You know, it's just like you go in a regular store and you don't feel like you're having a special experience anymore. because you're just having the same experience that everyone has around you. It's mass scale. But then if you go to a place that has exposed wood, exposed bricks and wooden beams, you're like, huh, some actual human touch and care went into this. And so now I'm having a slightly more personalized experience. Until you start to realize that you know, if you're really on top of your game like me, then you start to notice that design aesthetic is becoming more and more ubiquitous, and then you're like, oh crap, are the normal people, are the normies, are the normal business people, have they caught on to this and they've learned how to exploit this aesthetic for purely economic gain? Am I just being marketed to at this point? If so, what is the new frontier? Where's the truly personalized experience that I can purchase? And you're like, I gotta take a spirit journey, spirit quest. That one's pretty nice. This one as well. I'd like to buy that one. Oh, this one it's like multimedia, mixed media. The pipe is a nice touch. Very Jasper Johns. Or you can be like me and just pride yourself on your hyper criticalness and build up a sense of identity based on your cynicism about everything. Free can of beans, no meat. Let me pick up my pace of walking a little bit. It's starting to lag. So I'm having a lot of fun here, being really cynical, but would it be possible for me to willfully maneuver my frame of mind into one that is more sincere and vulnerable? Or will my flippant cynicism just subvert every attempt at sincerity? It's probably okay if it does, because in a certain sense, if I can be self-cynical, if I can turn this cynicism back onto myself, perhaps I can use it to undermine itself. And then we'll get to the real core. The real, raw, bare, and vulnerable core. The me who just needs to be loved. The me who's trying to fill the void with YouTube fame. The me who's hurting and deep inside, and whoa, this is cool. Some crazy lichen. Smash that lichen. Smash that like and like and subscribe. Did you know there's more and more Easter eggs, they call them, in Walking and Talking? More and more little secret references to other episodes of Walking and Talking that you'll only get if you watch it all. You gotta dedicate your life to me. Your life coach. Surrender yourself. Surrender to your master so you can attain enlightenment. You are naturally drawn to my magnetic personality. Because wisdom and the love of life just flows through me effortlessly, or sometimes effortfully. And I just can't help but inspire everyone I come into contact with. Without really trying. Will I maintain this like this quasi sarcasm the whole episode? I say quasi because it's not pure sarcasm. It's a special hybrid of sarcasm and sincerity. Which is a reflection of my relationship to reality. Things are real and not real. Neither real nor unreal. Real and or neither not nor. Here's the piece we looked at yesterday again. I like looking at it a second time. It's still good. It's holding up. Oh, I didn't notice this one before. That's pretty good. Oh no. Spotted lanternflies. But they're just eating a tree of heaven. The tree is invasive. The fly that kills the tree is invasive. But then it also kills fruit trees, which sucks. Am I a genuine a-hole? Am I sculpting an a-hole persona to fit into YouTube with all the other YouTube a-holes? Maybe I'm learning to appreciate a-holes. What? They should just leave that building with the Tyvek all over it as as the exterior cladding. That'd be a good Halloween costume, just wrapped in Tyvek house wrap. I think everybody's dressing up as spotted lanternflies this Halloween. That's pretty funny, I guess. A sexy spotted lanternfly. A sexy bed bug. That'll be my costume. A sexy tick, a sexy Lyme disease spirochete, I notice I'm slowing down a little bit in talking. I've been pretty unself-conscious. That's not totally true. I'm self-conscious and or neither nor unself-conscious. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? What am I doing with my life? Oh my God, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing? I'm making a fool of myself. Everyone's gonna look at me and laugh at me, not with me. Everyone's laughing at me. Oh, thanks. I needed that. That's a funny dog. It's a really funny looking dog. Hi. He's onto us. He knows. He knows. All right, look normal so they don't catch on to us. Kids, don't let your teacher see you watching YouTube while you're at school. maybe I should title this video something wholesome and educational, like how to develop good study habits. And then that way, if your teacher looks over and sees what you're looking at, you'll be safe. And if your parents look at your search history or your video viewing history on YouTube, you'll be safe. How to develop great study habits. Why you should listen to respect authority. There's a pretty great music video called Respect. I think it's called Respect Authority out there that I saw recently. I kind of wish it was raining still. But I like how gray it is. The sky. I wish it were darker. The clouds were thicker. Because I'm just discontent with my current experience. That's not true. I'm working. This is my job. I'm at my job. I'm a responsible adult. When I walk around at this time of day and feel the energy of everyone commuting to work, I feel some sort of pressure, like that I should that's how I should be conceiving of my time. And then I feel more comforted when I actually do conceive of my time that way. Like if I do wake up early and start doing this early. And then yesterday I made a walking and talking video and a sitting and smiling video in the same day. And that was a good day. That was a really good day. It was like there was no like really unstructured time. No like dilly-dallying about. I was on task. Am I on task now? What's going on in this video? It's starting to mist a little bit, my favorite. We've really lucked out with this mist. I think this is like the third day in a row. But what's relevant to you? How can I serve you? I'm your servant. I'm your humble life coach. This is your time to accomplish whatever you want. How can we get to the root of your problems? What's bothering you in your life? Tell me. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That must really suck. I can only imagine. But here's what you need to do. Get up early, meditate, drink some tea, and while out. For as long as you can, ideally all day. And also, snap out of it. Ooh. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm repeating jokes that I did yesterday. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. What is this? What is this YouTube show? What the hell? This is insane. It's so dumb. Whoa, look at all this. What the hell is that white mass of things? What is this? Oh! Is it alive? This is just mass generated content. Just mass generated by one person. At least it's not mass generated by an algorithm like all those kids videos. There's like these kids videos that they just like choose the topics and the subject matters like from a computer algorithm and then make like a really cheap like computer animated video. And it's effing weird if you think about that. You see how much time like little kids spend watching YouTube, video after video of like some like weirdly flat character just like saying cute things, just like this like computer animation just like cranked out. It disturbs me. What are our youth gonna grow up to be? What kind of attention spans will they have? That's why the youth must grow up watching me for 4 hours. They'll have the attention span of a monk. And they'll be capable of thinking deeply about real world problems. If I can muster the right amount of charismatic energy and animation in myself, then the kiddos will love me. They'll watch for hours straight. They'll learn new vocabulary words. They'll learn how to be critical of the world and of themselves. They'll learn how to be self-conscious. They'll grow in wisdom and empathy and compassion and be thinking along terms of whole world centrism as opposed to egocentrism. It'll be so great. They'll be world-centric thinkers. It could be you. You could be the next me. Or you could do something more important than me. Boink, 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 boink. I gotta practice that move a little bit. Let's try one more time. That was better. I'm getting better. Practice makes perfect. I didn't go the direction where all the good foraging is. I forgot about that. This time I brought bags. to harvest some greens, but then I didn't go that direction. Getting better. Isn't this nice? You and me. How's your posture? You might want to see how it feels to sit up straight. And don't hunch your shoulders. Put your shoulders down. See how that feels. We're not at an ideal stretching spot yet, but we'll get to a good stretching spot. And here's another tree of heaven with the lantern flies on it. Like here's a cluster of them, and there's more right there. They are just going ham. That's a good one. Go ham. Get up early in the morning, meditate, drink some tea, go ham all day. Responsibly, with the welfare of the whole world in your heart, in your mind. There's a cone going for a wade. A cone taking a bath. My voice, I can feel a slight, just a slight raspiness in my voice from doing all the weird things like this yesterday. But I like how it sounds. I like how my voice sounds after I've been yelling and talking in weird strangulated voices. My tone so far is very similar to the tone of the latter half of yesterday's video. Am I building upon it? Am I developing? I think I'm developing, because yesterday's video, the first hour and a half, I was a dullard. Then I learned how to not be a dullard. And now I've started off not being a dullard, but I may be a little bit of an a-hole. There's some nettles. They don't look the tenderest. But so, where will this lead today? What heights might we ascend to today? Will I transcend whatever persona I'm projecting right now? Will I discover something in myself? Will I discover something in my relationship with the world? And you. There's some more nettles. And there's more. Yeah, I'm gonna pick some of these on the way back. You can't have too many nettles, because you make pesto out of them and you freeze that stuff, and it's so good and so healthy. Part of my job here is to popularize foraging. Because then you do that and you feel a greater autonomy from the binding economics of mainstream society. You know, you start to have a little bit of self-confidence that maybe you could survive if shit hit the fan. And then with that, also with that kind of self-confidence, you don't have to be as afraid of doing something that you love, even if it doesn't bring you a ton of money, or if it seems like risky or something. It becomes less risky when you develop more of a sense of personal autonomy, and learning how to forage can be a great contributor to that sense of autonomy. Not to mention, it's just super refreshing and fun and relaxing experience in itself, and intellectually and aesthetically, you know, stimulating in the most wholesome way. It'll wake up your senses. Because you're not just like looking at nature like a tourist. You interact with it and you taste some of it. And learn that, like, you know, nature's doesn't have to just be like going to a museum. Because you can actually interact with it. Okay, so I actually Googled it. I Googled, can you eat spotted lanternflies? And the first result that came up, which was pretty funny, said, and it is not known whether the spotted lanternfly is poisonous to humans if ingested. But due to their ecological threat. Due to their ecological damage, they are a threat to our state and its citizens. So basically, the first Google result to the question, can you eat spotted lanternflies, is essentially, I don't know, but they're terrorists. But then I read somewhere else, maybe it was Wikipedia or something, I don't know, that in Chinese medicine they consider spotted lanternflies poisonous to eat, but they use them topically to reduce swelling. So if you have some swelling, just smash a couple spotted lanternflies and slap that paste on you. Should I walk out on the dam? Yeah, let's do it. Sometimes the water is at a level that it's too high to walk out on there, and sometimes it's not. But also a friend of mine told me once he walked out there when the water was at the right level that it didn't impede access. And then while he was out there, the water level rose so that in order to get back, he had to like wade through this water. Now I'm wading through this mud. It's so muddy right now. Really thick mud. My shoes are gonna be so muddy. Well, at least it's just physical mud and not wading through the existential mud like yesterday, early part of video. If you'll excuse me for just a moment, I'm going to take a whiz. This video is exploitative. Exactly how, I don't know how to articulate at this moment. But I guess I say that with an idea in my mind that if I were like a much more serious guy, that this would be austere, much more austere and inaccessible. Oh, see? The water is... I would have to walk through that water. I don't think I want to, because then my feet will get really soaked. It's like, looks like it's almost shallow enough that I could tread through it without it soaking my feet, but not quite shallow enough. I think it... We can hang out here for a moment. What are you doing with your life watching this? Where are we gonna get to this video? Where's this seriousness and sincerity that I am alluding to? My shoes are muddy, my pants are muddy. How does the mud get up there? This always happens. If the mud, you know, is like down here, how does it get all the way up here? I guess through brushing up against that shoe is my best guess. Can you believe that I'm walking around for 4 hours just filming myself and posting it on YouTube with no editing? Am I a total fool? I think in a certain conventional sense, yes. But also the act of doing this compels me towards a type of awareness in which that is a moot point, irrelevant. I want to dangle my legs off of this thing, even though it's frightening, but it's a lot more comfortable. Whoa, yeah. A little bit frightening, huh? But if I fell, probably what would happen is I'd slide down this steep angle and then hit the bottom, and it would launch me into the water, and it would be just like a water slide, except one that scrapes you up badly as you go down it. And then I'd just swim over there, so I'd be fine. But if you ever had like what they call a peak experience or something, some sort of experience in which you feel a dissolution of the separation of yourself from the rest of the world, and then you wanted to stay as close to that truth as you could and lead your life in a way that was in accordance with that, and cultivate a way of living that would, you know, where you would be continuously reminded of that. That's made perhaps one explanation of why I do this. Alright, it's raining harder now. I need umbrella. I bet it actually looks cool to see the rain falling on you. But there you are, staying dry as a bone. We're just chilling a little bit. It's all right to just chill for a little bit. The rain stopped. Sorry. I just want to feel full integration. I want to be absent of all, I want to be free of all insecurities. Will I ever be? I don't know. Am I actually contributing to society? Sometimes this thought sticks into my head that like I would know if I were contributing to society if I went to a job that I had to go to every day and clock in and clock out and had a either hourly wage or a salary, and then it would be solid, it would be confirmed, acknowledged that I had an accepted role in society. But I have to actually acknowledge that that might not be the best for me. Because I wouldn't be able to fully utilize my skill set or my whatever it is that's unique about me. I don't know. We all want that, right? We want to feel like there is something unique about us that we get to utilize and exercise every day. Like there's something uniquely valuable about us. We don't want to go underappreciated or underutilized. But you know, it's also true that we can grow into the roles that we find ourselves in. We can, you know, maybe we have a particular opportunity to do some kind of work that maybe initially we're not sure if that's like our life's calling or something, but it's possible to grow into it and get really good at what you do. And you make it into your life's calling. You can do it. If like you know, you don't necessarily have to stick totally doggedly to pursuing your passion. If there's no opportunities for you to exercise it, and if you're maybe surrounded by other opportunities, maybe you can follow some of these other opportunities and then you turn it into your passion. It's totally possible. It's possible to, you know, change around your life direction. For one, it's like I'm saying it's like it's fulfilling to help people, and if there's a way of helping people that doesn't exactly look like the idealized image you had in your head, but it's a niche to be filled, then maybe you just fill it and if you keep yourself busy just helping people, just fulfilling a need that exists in the world, then you shouldn't really have any big problems that you can't solve. I mean, like this, then that like takes care of like the existential problem. At least to an extent, you know. Hey, another can. Walking through the muck again. Man, I never would have imagined spending my time doing this. Like even a few years ago, I would never think that I would be walking around talking to a camera, but more or less, like even more so, like I never imagined I would be saying the sorts of things that that I find myself saying now. I am feeling a form of integration happening. it does feel like what I'm doing is utilizing, is engaging very much of what I consider to be myself. Like when I'm doing this and when I'm in it, there's not too much, like, you know, of course there's some doubts sometimes, but there's not too much of like other self going on in my head, like thinking about doing other things. I mean, once in a while it pops in there, but like more and more it's like, feels like I'm dissolving somewhat into what I'm doing. Hey, 2 hours has elapsed, which means it's time to restart the video. Oh, that guy is onto us. There's a cormorant in that water. I bet it's gonna dive down. Dive. No, it took off. It's taking off. That's the type of the birds that they used to, maybe still. Is it in Japan? Where they, like, the fishermen like put a metal ring around the bird's neck, and then they go out on a boat, and then they have like a leash on the bird, and then the birds dive down and swallow fish, except they can't swallow it all the way because of this ring around their neck, and then the fisherman pulls the fish out of the bird's mouth. Is it cruel? Sounds a little cruel, but a handy way of fishing. I wonder if the birds, I wonder if the cormorants would ever like wouldn't they get wise to that? And strike? Unionize? But there is sometimes this nagging in my head that's like, what if maybe you should be doing something else? Look at these. We saw these the other day, and they were a lot smaller. Now they're bigger. Those are buttes. I'm not sure what kind of mushroom these are. I was gonna look them up, but I didn't. Maybe I can take a screenshot of that. Maybe you can look these up and leave me a comment pointing me in the right direction. All you budding mycologists out there. See how wholesome and educational this is, parents? You should sit your kids down in front of old Benny here so they can grow in a wise and responsible citizens. But yeah, I know it's probably not parents really that watch this. It's weirdos like you. Or my parents. My parents watch it. What's gonna happen? What do we, or the broader question is, what do we actually want to happen in this video? How do we want to shape our experience? What kind of mind state do we want to be in? I mean, I guess if we want to choose a mind state, it would be one of, like, well, we could either do bliss, we could try for bliss, but is there something higher than that that's more like something like perfectly clear non-duality or something? Maybe you try for bliss first. I don't know. Or is it easier to feel non-dual? How do you honestly know? How do you honestly know if you're having a non-dual experience or if you're just thinking you're having a non-dual experience? Well, I suppose maybe it's one of those things where if you're having it, you know. And there wouldn't be a question. There's lots of nettles, but that's for later. And chickweed. You know, it feels really nice. It feels really nice to know that I can just take a walk and get as much fresh greens as I want for free, so much that I can put some up for the winter. I can make pesto and freeze it and have pesto in the winter. And it's like uber healthy pesto, you know? Nettles is like the healthiest plant you can eat. The feeling you get from eating a lot of wild greens. It's like it is a feeling of like clear energy. And I'm not just saying that like right now, like eating this is like energizing me or something, but in the in the long run, it's super nutritious. And you just feel an overall great energy level if you like eat a lot of greens and don't eat too much bullshit. But also just this experience of eating it, like look, there's little droplets of water on the leaves. It's crispy, it's tender, it's mild. Hey, it's a little snail. And then I also haven't eaten breakfast, so it's like, because of that, it's as if my olfactory sense is a little more sensitive, maybe, or like the experience of eating a green is like eating a leaf here is like a lot better than if I had a full stomach. If I had a full stomach, then just like eating some greens by themselves would not be appetizing at all. But with a relatively empty stomach, and I'm not like feeling hungry really, but then it's like eating some fresh greens is like a pleasant and subtle experience. I don't know if we can realistically expect kids to do this, you know, to not eat breakfast until midday, and can we realistically expect kids to get up at 5 and meditate and drink tea and go while out for 4 hours, forage a few greens, then come home and eat their first meal of the day? If any of you kids want to take up the challenge and do about it, you should do it, and then tell us about it. Either leave a comment just telling us that you took up this challenge, getting up at 5 a.m., meditating for however long you can meditate, at least 15 minutes, come on. Drink some tea, and then, well, I don't know if I'm not sure if I can, I don't know if I can responsibly, I guess it depends on how old you are and how much your parents trust you to go outside and while out and forage some greens. Well, then you also got to make sure you know what greens you're eating, because you can't eat all of them, because some will F you up, like this poison ivy. You eat a piece of poison ivy, you're screwed, buddy. So look that stuff up on the internet, learn how to identify the plants, or better yet, get a good book on the subject, like the ones I mentioned yesterday by Samuel Thayer. Oh, umbrella time. Get yourself a plant ID book. Or you don't necessarily have to forage to take up this challenge. You can just go outside early and like just walk around or run around or play around, you know? Goof off, while out, go ham. Maybe it doesn't even have to be outside. If you don't live in a place that's hospitable to whiling out outside. What's my audience here? What's the demographic? Are all of you like snotty a-holes? I know some of you are, and some of you are really cool. Or maybe you can be a snotty a-hole and be cool at the same time. Nah, I don't know. I know some of you are not gonna pay a lick of attention to what I'm saying. Some of you are just like, I think some of you are like, just like, sometimes it seems like people are just kind of like totally randomly clicking in their subscription feed and then clicking away, or like making a dumbass comment and then clicking away. To the next video that shows up in your sidebar. Isn't this nice? I never went over there before. There's I don't know if this guy over here will be weirded out by me walking over here. Just a random empty lot with some piles of rocks and railroad ties. Perfectly great place to hang out in. You could grow up to be like me. Spending your weekday mornings walking around random empty lots by the railroad tracks. Relating to an audience of thousands. But also, you know, you could also just have a job where you do something like that, or you do anything. You go into work and you do more or less the same thing every day. Maybe you experience a variety of problems, you think about them, and then you can either get absorbed in your work, hopefully, and your soul is kind of at ease while your mind and body are absorbed in your work. Or maybe your mind is drifting off elsewhere and you're pondering the mysteries of the universe while you know, do whatever. Repair electrical systems or whatever it is. Or even wash dishes. I've thought about that before. I've thought about what what if I just got a job washing dishes and I just washed dishes for the rest of my life and just like pondered the mysteries of the universe all day, every day, while the exterior of me just mechanically washes dishes. Doesn't sound too bad, but I think, you know, from who I am now, I'd probably eventually decide to go do something else. Raining pretty hard now. I don't know of any shelter that I could go under right now that's anywhere near here. But good thing I have this Brelly. Here's a brave soul biking in the rain. I like to do that sometimes. It's like a full sensual experience biking in heavy rain. What about just standing? Nah, this is not a great... I want to find a funner place to just stand in the rain. I'm still getting kind of wet. We're not... Are we, are we transcending into higher mind states? It doesn't really feel like it, but then whenever I ask the question like that, the mere act of inspecting my current mind state and perhaps speculating on what exactly a higher mind state would be like can tend to, I don't know, alter my perception in one way, or it feels more subtle, like now actually. Now, for the first time in this episode, actually, I feel actually like I'm walking and talking more meditatively. Like I'm observing, like it feels actually a little bit more distance, and like I'm observing those things happen more than being totally identified with them. And it's funny because I was also talking about getting absorbed in what you're doing, where you sort of dissolve in it, and you don't feel this other stream of thoughts going in your head that is like kind of, that's unrelated to the experience that you have, you know, or this stream of thoughts in your head that's like kind of projecting outward towards some, away from the present experience, thinking about the future or the past or some alternate reality. And so that's absorption, when you don't have that and you're just like, you know, fully present in what you're doing. But then there's this other thing where what I'm describing now is experiencing a certain kind of distance from this physical experience, this sensual experience, this experience of being in a body and being in this world. You know, the literal sort of experience of me walking here in the rain. And talking. But I'm also beginning to pick up on this other observer that's just that seems to be observing the walking and observing the talking as it happens. And associated with that is like a real sort of release, a sort of like, I feel a little bit released from being who I am. And it's like a great calming effect. But it's like calming because like it's a little bit like being something that's not just your body and not just your mind, but that your body and your mind are just components of some kind of self that is broader. And that even the other stuff that I am sensing right now, like the outside world, so to speak, I can begin to feel a non-separateness from that, like a little bit of identification with it. Or another way to say it would be that there's a sensory experience happening right now that conventionally I would describe as I am seeing the outside world. I'm seeing these leaves on the ground. I'm seeing the rain falling. I'm seeing the trees. I'm seeing my feet moving. That would be the conventional way, but it's right now it's a little bit more like it's like just that there is this sensory experience happening, just like being aware of it as a sensory experience. And I go sort of back and forth regarding my talking, I go back and forth between sort of being identified with it, like this is me talking, towards another perspective that's like I'm experiencing talking happening, and I'm experiencing the thinking behind the talking. And I really like this. It's like a I don't know, it feels like a deep kind of comforting, actually. And so I might talk a little bit less frequently at this moment, and see if I can kind of like cultivate that sort of experience, or stay with it longer. But that's an interesting thing to say, because it seems like if I introduce that idea of agency, of I will make that happen, even that thought itself starts to introduce the dualism of being identified with I as opposed to something else. There's kind of a paradox. Because even that agency, even the sense of the separate self, I can see as just a component of this broader experience. A broader identification. My mind drifted off in thoughts for a while, so it wasn't really happening. I was just like being silent. So now I'm still observing my experience, and I thought, actually this is just normal. Just feel normal. I feel like not identified with the world. I feel like a person in the world. But then, as I started to say that, then it reversed again, and then I was like, you know, if I think to myself, especially if I say out loud, like, here I am, just a person in the world, and that's all. I am just a person walking in the world. Here's me inside my body. Here's me being my body and being my brain and my thoughts inside my body. And then here's the rest of the world outside. And then there's you, the viewer, the separate person. Here's me, separate from you, separate from the whole world. It's funny because when I say that sort of thing or think that sort of thing, it's like starts to feel slightly suspicious, you know? I'm like, something else seems to seem true. But then still, I still notice my mind drifting off into other thoughts. And when it does that, it seems like that is what creates the separate feeling. Like my mind will start drifting off into thoughts that are just sort of in relation to my identity. So for instance, like I had a thought like about, I started to think about how perhaps YouTube viewers could like figure out the general area where I live from clues that appear in the video. And then I was like, I wonder if like at some point that'll ever become a problem. And then I'm like, I wonder if I would someday want to move to a different place where people wouldn't be able to figure out where I lived. And then so I was just like imagining options or something. But then like it was that imagination, I was like, you know, I'm imagining an imaginary self of me, an imaginary other version of me that like lives in a different place. And so like that was a thought kind of running along in my head simultaneously to having this sensory experience, but it's as if it takes over the experience in a way and distracts me from this more immediate experience. I mean, that's also a dichotomous way of saying it, to say that it distracts me. But what is really happening, all that's happening is like the thought is becoming a major part of my experience. A thought of, you know, a thought of a representation of a self, a version of me. And so like, you know, that's included in my experience as a component. And then noticing that component of my experience becomes a component of my experience. And talking about it is continuing to be a component of my experience. And then also, now I'm tending to sometimes shift my attention just towards the physical sensation, like the my bodily sensation, the touch sensation. And an interesting thing about doing that, when you just pay attention to the touch sensation, like whatever, you know, physical sensations you're feeling on your body, that's all like, that's all really present. Like the physical sensations themselves don't project into any future or past. They're all a thing that's happening right now and only right now. And so that feels like a nice sort of bridge or anchor towards being able to observe your own consciousness a little bit more acutely. To observe it a little bit without the representations of self and other going on. So it seems like what's happening is I'm getting a little bit closer to kind of like how could I say it? like being able to comprehend everything in my experience at the time of experiencing it. But that brings up an interesting question, like if there's a component of your experience that you're not noticing, is it still a component of your experience? Or does it only become part of your experience once you notice it? Well, I mean, you can remember things that you weren't necessarily noticing or paying attention at the time that they happened. Like, say you're having a conversation with a friend and then in the corner of your eye you're witnessing some weird dog do something weird, and then without thinking about it, and then like all of a sudden you kind of realize, oh, that dog just did something really weird. And so it's a memory that you weren't aware of that becomes part, that then becomes, you become aware of. But maybe it's not that the actual seeing the dog in real time was a component of your experience so much as the memory now becomes a component of your experience. So I guess it is possible for me to sort of stop thinking for moments, and I did for a little bit in between some sentences. Like then it, or am I really stopping thinking? Am I stopping verbal thinking? I don't know. There has to still be some verbal process going on, because I keep coming up with new sentences. I think this keeps continuing to go. But maybe it's just that I also feel very aware just of all the sensory experience here that feels so present and so not projecting towards the past and the future. But still, the way that I'm talking, the way that it makes syntactical sense, is demonstrating a sort of linear conception of time. So maybe it's that there is a linear thinking process occurring within awareness that is starting to transcend it a little bit at the moment. So that is like all the sort of aspects of my experience, the aspects of my talking and my thinking that I am starting to notice at the moment. Like I wasn't noticing any of that before. I was just like wrapped up in it. And now I'm noticing this drastic shift in the tone of this video, which is a little bit hilarious at the moment. Like the first whole half of the video, the first whole half, had this sort of like erratic, frenetic energy and humor and sort of ambiguous whether things were sarcastic or ironic or sincere. And I was, you know, wiling out, as I was saying. And now I'm speaking so sort of like plainly, without this exaggerated affect. And it seems like without any extreme emotional affect at all. It seems like pretty even. And this is an unexpected shift. But it is one that I think I did actually maybe have some foreshadowing of. You know, when I was talking in a weird, strained voice, questioning if we would transcend the persona that I was projecting, and whether we would discover anything unexpected in this video. And it seems like that's happening. I'm less prone towards getting suddenly interested in some outside stimulus. I'm speaking in a way that is by no means contrived to hold attention or to entertain. And so you could say that that's more authentic. Or it's just, you know, a different facet of experience. like like going from excitement and exuberance to tranquility. If willpower is still a thing here, if it's still in effect, which I think it probably is, then perhaps I can use it to increase this feeling of tranquility. Because we should try, right? If we as beings have any agency at all in the world, we should exercise it to increase, you know, good feelings for ourselves and others, right? And I don't mean in a selfish way of just feeling good for yourself while you ignore all suffering or anything, but I'm pretty confident that for you who's watching in a more or less continuous way, that my state, that you're going to some extent mirror my state, you know, to whatever extent you are engaged in this video. My state is going to rub off on you. And so let's, if we, to whatever extent we have willpower and agency, let's use it to actually feel profoundly tranquil and peaceful. Because I can say with sincerity that, like, you cultivate that kind of peace within, I mean, it sounds like totally cliche. I know this sounds like a total new age self-help cliche, and it's been said over and over again, but I'll go ahead and say it anyways, that when you're able to more or less autonomously cultivate these positive feelings within yourself, they do start manifesting in the world around you. It starts to become reality. Fake it till you make it. Fake it till you make it with regards to peace and tranquility. So I'll keep talking here and continue, like, keeping my attention on just my physical state, how my body's feeling, because, you know, it's very physical. Emotions really have so much, if not everything, to do with how your body is feeling right now, like whether there's tension in it or not. Your posture, how's your posture right now? Just notice it. Is there another posture that you could adopt that would actually make you feel better? Like relax those hunched shoulders, and sit up straight, straighten your back out, and relax your limbs, relax your arms, and relax your legs. And it's like, you know, I feel aware of a certain part of myself that's so critical of New Age spirituality and whatnot, but at the same time, but I'm kind of like resisting the urge to burst into the strained, sarcastic exuberance that I was doing before. Maybe, I don't know. Like I'm still now resisting the urge to just do something really funny. I'm just trying not to do something funny. And I'm just trying to be serious for a moment. And I'm kind of experiencing still a shifting sort of perception of myself at this moment, of not being sure whether to like accept myself seriously, accept you know, what I am presenting now as the image of myself, whether to accept that as seriously or whether to continue making fun of it, because both seem legitimate. I think I actually have to whiz again. So what if I just put you inside this tree hollow so that you'll stay nice and dry while I go take a whiz? One thing about talking like this for so long without feedback is that I don't get any immediate affirmation or confirmation or agreeance or disagreeance with what I'm saying, with the attitude that I'm projecting. So I don't know. I don't really know if you are in agreement with me or disagreement, or if you feel warmly accepting of my persona, or if you feel rejecting of it or contemptuous of it. I'm just kind of going here in some sense into the void in terms of my experience. But then, you know, but then there is this sort of time delayed communication. And it's like with 4 hours, I've said way too much to fully ascertain, you know, like what the sense of agreement or disagreement is, acceptance or rejection. There's like just way too much in here. For any one viewer to be like yes or no to all of it, you know. And so that might be part of like why walking and talking like this feels a little more like shaky ground than actually talking in real time with a person. Like I have to like have some kind of enough like self-assurance or something to like continue thinking that I'm all right, that I'm an okay person. Anyhow, let us fix some more nettles. We're so chill now. We're so chilled out. How about that? Last video we went from torpid to hyper. This video we've gone from hyper to chill. I guess there's a difference between torpid and chill, right? Because torpid is like you don't have as much energy as you would like. You have the experience of feeling dull, like not fully awake, not fully engaged. Whereas when you're chill, aka tranquil, aka chillaxed, you feel content with your energy level. Low arousal state, but positive emotional state. It's like it's an axis. So high, if we put the arousal state on the y-axis, and then we put the emotional state on the x-axis, if you have high arousal state and high and positive emotion, then you're like excitedly happy. And then if you have high arousal but negative emotion, then you're pissed. You're energized, but you're having a negative emotion. You're angry. And if you have a low arousal state and negative emotion, rats. Low arousal state, and negative emotions, then you're sad or depressed. And if you have a low arousal state and positive emotion, then you're tranquil home chillaxed. So let's all just chillax for a moment while we pick some nettles. Because what could be more chillaxing? Except when they sting you. But that's just kind of fun. Because it's pain that's harmless. I could probably go faster. Ow! Ow! That one hurt. Am I a fully integrated human right now? Look at me. This is pretty fully integrated. I'm obtaining food while I'm philosophizing. I'm using, multitasking with my body here. This includes everything you'd want out of being a person with a body, right? Except maybe for having sex. That might be a little bit better. And tranquilizing. But it's also playing with fire. And you can get burned. Having sex can in the long run lead to all sorts of terrible emotions. And frequently does. And then you got to become totally addicted to it, if you want to not experience any of the negative emotions associated with it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is some more positive way of relating to it. There probably is. But, there's no real need to think about that right now. Because we have this experience of balancing the umbrella while picking hella nets. And getting famous at the same time. Thus, increasing likelihood of sex in the future. Trust me, your life coach. got a little bit of everything, you know? Corporeal survival, meeting our physical needs, we have transcendental moments of heightened awareness of, you know, of broadened identification of, you know, like actual experientially dissolving the boundaries of the self, which is like an important precursor to truly expanding empathy. And building this, like, you know, really thriving and robust and self-sustaining contentment and joy and deep happiness in the world. And also, we're not suppressing the libidinal. We can talk about sex. We can acknowledge that it feels good. We can acknowledge that sometimes, actually, a lot of times, passion then leads to hatred. Like passion and hatred, passionate love and hatred are intimately intertwined, possibly to the extent that we could regard them as two sides of the same coin. But correct me if I'm wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And not just by saying, no, I passionately love my boyfriend and I'll never hate him. Because just you wait. Just you wait. But correct me if I'm wrong in that topic if you are older than me. Older people who have more experience with passionate love and hatred and long relationships, a variety of relationships, please chime in. Is passionate love is passionate love always intertwined with hatred? Are they inextricable? Are they inseparable? Maybe I'm wrong. maybe I'd like to be wrong. We got some nice bag of nets here. I could just keep going. I could keep picking these all day. Oh, it's not raining that much anymore. We're just maxing and chillaxing, picking some nets. And thinking about the tough questions. Like, should I fall in love with a person again? Seems like a bad idea. Seems like a But then when you're in love with a person, it seems like a great idea for a while. It seems like this is just unbelievably great. I can't believe how great this is. I never would have guessed. It feels, it feels new, it feels fresh, it feels unexpected. Feels as if your faith in humanity is restored because you met somebody that's like, I can't believe that I relate so well to this person and they seem to relate so well to me. But then it goes wrong in one way or another. And then every single positive feeling, every single one, if you quantitatively take all of the positivity and goodness that you experienced, then you have to pay every single bit of it back in the form of feeling miserable. Every single bit. Am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, there goes the umbrella. There's only 40 minutes left. I'll grab some of this chickweed. It's jumbo. See, this is safe. Our relationship, you and me, this is safe. Because, like, I don't rely on you for any kind of emotional support. Although sometimes, you know, sometimes I'll get a nicely written email, and that's always nice. But it's not like, well, it's not like I could feel like abandoned or hurt by you. I don't give you that opportunity. I just don't ever expect anything. I think that's what I got to do continuously, is never expect to get anything. This chickweed is jumbo. You just give the love and don't ever expect to be loved. And I honestly think that might be like the actual key. I mean, to life. I mean, if you can truly not be expecting anything from anyone, and actually be okay with that, and then still be able to give. That kind of seems to make a lot of sense, actually. I mean, especially when you start to think about things outside of the individual self. If you start to like get rid of this idea that I'm my body and my mind, and you start to broaden what you're identified with to expand to the whole world, if the whole world is not separate from yourself, then it seems totally natural. All right, I'll be good to myself, and you know, I'll give to myself. It's not like a feeling of it's not a sacrifice. It's not self-sacrificing. Some people, I don't know, I shouldn't really talk about some people. Because that seems, you know, that's not really the way of thinking that is conducive to what I'm talking about. If I can to actually actualize what I'm talking about, we gotta keep having these types of experiences of broadening our identity, broadening what we're identified with. So I'm just taking another moment here to just inspect my experience. Inspect what the fundamental quality of my experience is. What the fundamental quality is. What is going on here? What is the fundamental quality of my show? Ow! Oh. Ooh, cormorant. But like, how could I really be mad at a person if I'm actually embodying this broader identification that I am talking about? Wouldn't I just experience that person as another aspect of myself? Well, maybe for me, the crucial part about relating to another person would be, in that relationship, is it conducive towards strengthening this broader world-centric awareness? Does the relationship strengthen the natural feelings of generosity and goodwill towards others? Or does it start to constrict into feeling more selfish things, feeling more insecurity? Or a form of narcissism where what I mistake for a love for another person is actually just a sort of love for myself reflected in that other person. Love for myself as a constricted, solid individual apart from the rest of the world. Love for that, separate identity, this abstract self-identity as a separate self, a narcissistic sort of love reflected in the other person, because I want the other person to be in love with me exactly, and love this image of me, this solid concept of me, and keep it solid, so that I can feel like I'm hanging on to something solid, as opposed to having to let this solid identity disintegrate a little bit into the larger world, or to it's not exactly that it disintegrates, it's just that the awareness transcends it, and then it just becomes a component of one larger identity. But maybe in a relationship, the type of relationship that's not healthy for me is maybe the one where for a short time the other person seems to bolster my identity as an individual enough to where it feels nice and comfy and cozy here, being just me inside my body. because this other person seems to like this concept of who I am. And so I don't have to grow. I don't have to do the work. Apparently, I don't have to do the work of, you know, like kind of like willing myself into higher awareness. But only apparently for a short time, because then it all comes crashing down and the person starts hating you or stops giving a shit about you, and then you're really screwed, because not only does it now suck to be this individual, but you're also stuck being identified as this solid concept of self, because you haven't been practicing identifying with something larger, and so you suck at that now, and you feel you're stuck inside this concept of who you are that you really like solidified in relationship to another person who now hates you or does not give a flying fuck about you, and so now your life just sucks. And so that's maybe what I'm talking about. Then you have to undo all of this solidification that you did. You have to undo all these concepts of who you thought you were, very painstakingly, in order to like break down those like solidified identity markers, so that you can once again start to transcend yourself and to independently experience like feelings of goodwill and generosity, and just like natural generosity, not like I'm being so generous, look at me, the generous guy, but like just like you just do it because it's the natural thing to do. What a great episode, huh? We had this like humorous, sarcastic, critical persona, energetic and entertaining persona for like the first 2 hours or so, and that that got us engaged and energized, and it was fun. And then we were like walking in the pouring rain, just kind of expanding our identification. Loosening up the notions of selfhood. And then we got more personal and allowed the more libidinal topics to enter. And these somewhat personal and touching topics, I think. Maybe. And now we're like on the home stretch and it's not raining. And it's still hella warm out. Hella pleasant. My feet are pretty swampy at this point. But you know, now this is out there. Now this is on YouTube. Is it me? Is this me? I don't know. I mean, it's a thing that I've left. As I go along. It's a version of me. And which, you know, won't be me as soon as any amount of time elapses. There's a turtle. A nice, good-sized turtle. Good-sized. Not fun-sized, but good-sized. Not bite-sized. Good-sized. You know what, yesterday was a really full day. Like I said, I walked and talked, then I sat and smiled, then I jammed with my homies. And then, you know, and then I was like exhausted and I laid in my bed and I read for a little bit, read a few paragraphs of Ken Wilber, and I was thinking to myself, like, man, it seems like writing a book is such a great contribution to the world. A book like this, a book like Sex Ecology and Spirituality. Like, maybe I should read a book. And then I was having that thought while I was reading, and then I was like looking at examining my experience of reading. I was like, okay, this is the experience of reading a book. But actually, I noticed I was like doing the walking and talking, actually going out and doing this. At least yesterday and today feels more important to me than reading anybody else's stuff at the moment. I mean, obviously, so much of my point of view, so much of the ideas that I'm expressing, ideas and more that I'm expressing, have come to me from reading and from life experiences other than walking and talking. But a lot of it's now coming from walking and talking itself as well. But at some point, it seems like you gotta stop reading and you do the thing that feels the most like doing. What's the thing that feels like you're doing, or really being? Because reading is great for learning and for pointing you in directions. But at what point do you need to stop being pointed in a direction and just find yourself where you are? And be like, I'm here and I can stop looking elsewhere. I can stop looking outside of myself for something. I can stop planning on how later I'm gonna get my act together. But you can be doing the thing that you're otherwise just dreaming about. That's the way to be, is to not be dreaming about doing anything, but be doing the thing that you would, doing right now, the thing that you're dreaming about. And if you're dreaming about something that's dependent on certain conditions that aren't there, then realize that that's pointless. You gotta work from your situation. You gotta do from the situation that you're in. And so maybe you have dreamed about doing the thing that you know you want or need to do. Maybe you think about doing the thing that you want or need to do and been planning for it. But believe me, it's really great when you just do it. Because when you just do it, you can actually then notice like the drop off of this other mental current of dreaming and planning. When that goes away, you feel so clear. And it's not like there's anything wrong with dreaming or planning. You're probably, you need to dream and plan in order to, as a precursor to doing. But know at what point you can stop preparing for your life and start living it. Isn't that a good quote? Stop preparing for life and start living it. Like today, doing this actually does feel hard at times. And what feels hard about it most of the time a certain questioning of myself of like shouldn't I be doing something that's like less financially risky, that's more like, shouldn't I be saving for my future and, you know, contributing to a pension plan and a 401k and all that. Actually, I don't think about that much, but it's more like comparing what I'm doing to what most people my age seem to be doing, and being like, am I fucking up? And so sometimes I'll face a little bit of questions like that, and then I think about it, and those questions go away, and then I feel happy, and I feel like I'm just fully engaging myself. I feel like if I were to die tomorrow, then I would not regret how I spent today. And like the future, it's like, it's true that I'm not like building a certain future for myself. I'm not adding up some 401k or anything, but I think a more productive way to think about it actually is that I am building a life in which I can spend the maximum amount of time doing what feels really important to me, and not in a purely narcissistic and self-serving way, if I may be so bold to propose that. Although at the same time, I also will acknowledge that there is as a component of this, there does exist self-serving narcissism, or that it could also be seen as that, but I can also feel like, to the extent that it is, I can feel accepting of that as one component of human nature, while I sincerely try to be good to other people, try to help other people like you, while at the same time deconstructing the notion of help at all. It's like on one level, help yourself and look after yourself, your own needs, cover your own needs. On the next higher level, look at help other people, just help other people. And then on the higher level than that, it's like helping isn't other people are yourself. There's not really helping, because like on one level you think you're helping, but actually I'm just keeping you glued in front of the computer screen, etc. You know, like helping you to like, you don't need help, because you can do it. Like motivational speaking, it's like, if there's an effective motivational speaker, they should, the person spoken to should be cured of their need for motivational speakers. You know what I'm saying? I want to release you from any addiction to YouTube. I want to defeat my own means of survival. That's not really. Ooh, look at this one. This is a masterpiece. Not my own survival. I'm not dependent on this for survival, but you could say that I'm dependent on it for my psychological well-being. I mean, not that I couldn't reroute that dependence onto any number of other activities done with regularity and commitment, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. I'm ready to defeat my own activity. Like if there's a doctor who's so good that the patient doesn't have to come back to the doctor or any other doctor. Well, you know, this is certainly not to disparage the act of seeking and receiving help when one needs it. But for me, like, if I weren't doing this, I would probably need to, like, or if I didn't have this or some other similar practice done with regularity and commitment, I'd probably need to be seeing a therapist. But I have stuff like this, and I feel good. You know, like what if I had a, you know, like I have to stop thinking that everybody else around me knows more about how to live than I do. I have to stop thinking that everybody else is like knows more about what they're doing than I do. That, like, you know, that, you know, maybe I should be working a normal job. Normal. But then I wouldn't have all the benefits of this. I'd be either stuck inside or wherever every day. I wouldn't get to pick nettles, and then I'd have to buy more food, then I'd have to pay for a therapist. You know, it's like doing this, like, it's like you and I. It's like we can autonomously, like, create meaning for ourselves and our lives. we can understand the world really clearly and feel good about our relationships with it, or at least feel like capable of steering our lives and our relationships with the rest of the world in a clear and ethical manner. Anyways, it's been 4 hours. Goodness. What a long-ass YouTube video. Thank you sincerely for accompanying me on this. Oh, something smells like waffles. It's actually a little bit repulsive. Maybe I'll see you next time, maybe not. I'm looking for a piece of lichen out there so that, well, this isn't lichen exactly, this is moss, but you know, smash, whatever, like and subscribe is what I'm trying to say. Hat tip to my boy. I guess that's it. Bye.